And we are live. We are here, we are live. Hello, everyone. Some of you may be watching. This is a rerun, or seeing this all over the country and the world. And there's a podcast or as a rerun on YouTube. And we have a couple of different topics and things, and I'll start off with the gaming. And I'm also going to talk about economic things as well. I was just looking at a moment ago. Alright. Hello. Let's put a chat. Okay, let's see what's going on. Hello, Anthony McQuaid. Hello, Amanda. Yes, tonight's going to be an awesome show. Yes. And glad to see everybody here. So, as I said, now I'm going to go into the gaming part, but I'm going to be talking about some Halloween stuff, some survival things, and also stuff about silver and things like that I'm interested in talking about. And at first, as we usually do, we're going to start with the gaming. Alright. There we go. Okay, put this here. Put them there. Alright. As I said, we are going to do this and then talk about the other stuff too. Alright, so I hope everybody's been having a good week. I was doing some stuff with the grass and things like that. And also today, I was doing some things looking at the garden. And I got some of the peppers I'm drying out, because I've been drying out a lot of them. So I'm going to crush them up. And tonight is a supermoon. We have a supermoon tonight. And I took a little bit of a short of the moon hitting my yard, and also I did one of the Halloween decorations as well, because that's very cool. And today I was looking at some stories of some of the missing people and things like that, how like say people ran away and they weren't found, or they were seen on a security camera and they weren't seen again. That's why it's always good to be careful and be aware of your surroundings. And also I'm going to review some things about some ghost stories and stuff like that. And as I said before, hello, Anthony McQuaid. Glad you're here, sir. And I hope you're doing okay. And also Amanda. Very cool to have chat here. Let's see what chat says. How do I dry out peppers? I've heard of special moons. What are they exactly? Alright, so I'll explain, Amanda. So basically, how I dry out peppers is that I go and simply put them in the window on the piece of wood, and I dry them out. Oh, here we go. Yes. And Ava and Ruby. And shout out to Ruby and her dog treats. And also, basically, so there's a machine people use, like a dryer, but I simply sun dry them, the peppers. I like doing that. And I go and put them in the sun, and then I put them in like an open Ziploc bag. And that's pretty much it, and it takes a couple of days, maybe a few weeks or so, and they completely dry out. And I'd say if you dry them out right out in the sun outside, it dries out even quicker. And also the different moons. So the supermoon, and I'll look this up to fact check myself in a little bit, or I could do it right now. But basically, the reason why the supermoon, it's like the moon is getting closer to Earth. That's what it is. It's brighter and visible is more than usual. And there's certain moons that happen in winter, like and things like that. There's the harvest moon. So like say the farmers and stuff back in the old days, the moon would be very bright and they would be able to at night they would go and harvest things. That's an explanation. I'm sure there's other ones. And also, in my opinion, it goes back to the natives here. They used to say things like that. I mean, they used to, name the moons after stuff. And I like, there's the wolf's moon. And I'm going to fact check myself. Let's see. Go to the other window. Yeah, open up a new window. And supermoon. The supermoon is a full moon that makes its closest orbit approach to Earth, according to NASA. NASA astronomers also refer to the supermoon as a Peruvian full moon. A reference to the moon's perigee, or the closest point to Earth, in the moon's orbital eclipse. And something I want to confirm is the wolf's moon. The wolf moon, yeah, that's just some spiritual thing. Let's see. And the wolf's moon and these full moons make people more emotional. That's what they do. And see, why is it called the wolf's moon? So the name of the January moon, the wolves moon that I was just talking about, derived from wolves which tend to howl more often in winter months. So why do wolves howl? To find their pack members and communicate with them in many different ways, bond, and defend their territory. And how often do we get supermoons? Amanda wants to know. So So there are usually only 3 to 4 supermoons in a year, Amanda. And that's funny, Amanda, about how it's the hormones they fill our food with. Yeah, I don't get emotional during the moon. I don't feel anything. I feel peaceful when I see the full moon, personally. I don't, but it's just a lot of people, when the full moon happens, people say, and I notice a lot of crime happens, and that heightens a lot, and people get into more trouble, like they say the term loony. People get kind of loony because the moon may affect certain energies and stuff with the magnetic field. So that may cause people to act a certain way, and it affects the tides and stuff, and the body has plenty of water in it that we're made of. And also, I think the food a lot of people eat do affect them. And as I said, with me, I just get peaceful with the moon. I was just hanging out in the moon. With the moon. It was nice. Shout out to Anthony. That was hilarious. Yeah, and also you say the peppers would dry in your area quickly in the summer months. Exactly. Where you are, yeah. And there's like these machines and stuff where you could use a blender and you can crush up the peppers and you make it into powder. The moon is beautiful. I love being nocturnal, and also the stars and the constellations are really cool. Another thing that I did was I enjoy looking at the stars too, and something that I have seen was have these big trees in my yard, and I go through them, and it reminds me of the medieval ages, like when King Arthur and them were around, like the type of stories that I do. I review like King Arthur and Merlin and stuff in my shorts, and a lot of people enjoy them. Some of you may have found the channel through that, through those shorts. Shout out to y'all. And yeah, I like it. I think it's very enchanting at night. Very enchanting. Anthony, it's good to have laughter. I think laughter is the best medicine. So it's good to laugh. I like the jokes. And the sunrise is about to come at Raven's Cove. This haunted place. That's the moon. And yeah, so basically, and that's the one of the dippers. There's a Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, and that's one in the game. This part of the game reminds me the most of Harry Potter. I remember at Halloween at the school they had this thing where, hello, kitty nerd. Glad you could join us. And I remember this thing where basically there was this park that we were helping out. It was something for the what's called the Key Club, and they used to, in my opinion, they rigged elections against me in that organization. So I always have had haters. So basically, well, they rigged elections a couple of times, and also from, as I was saying, we were doing the park, and my girlfriend at the time and I, we were with the group, and then we split away from the group that was doing trick-or-treating stuff. Like, so they had these booths where you give out candy to kids, but we were instead by ourselves in this other area where we gave out drinks. We were selling the drinks, helping the people do that, and we worked for a couple hours, and it was nice. It was volunteer work, and for a long time. It was fun. I remember it was real cold because it was these ice things. You put your hands in it and you take it out like Sprite and Cokes. And I was really active and I was quicker than her. So, and we saw this kid who had like this costume that was all lights. It was like a neon person. It would, fit into some songs. And also, I thought that was interesting, and it had different Halloween decorations. And then her and I took a break, and we sat on the bench and we ate some pizza, and we had some, what's it called? This thing where, yeah, it's some drink. Yeah, I had a Coke. So that was a fun Halloween adventure I had. It was a park out in the west part of the city. It's pretty cool. And I like reading the different ghost stories and mystery stuff. I think it's very intriguing. Also, hello, Way of the Road. Glad that you're here. In Way of the Road, if you want to call in later, you can. Or tomorrow night if you wanted to. And at the place, it was like a fair. They had a lot of candy and stuff. And Halloween decorations. I like Halloween decorations because I have some in the trees right now. I have two up. I have a witch and I have a ghoul. Ghouls are very interesting. I think they're very intriguing. All right. Okay, way of the road. Thank you. Glad that you were helping out with the show. I appreciate that. And yeah, so that's what. And if do you all have any Halloween stories, like any incidences, like parties or something? I'd be interested to know about. And I remember one time when I was little, I went to this Halloween party. You know, a lot of cool stuff. They had like the smoke and the things like that coming out of the fogger, and they had some the cool like party gear and things. I love those things. It's so cool. And I remember a lot of. Oh, I've been to a pumpkin patch before, a couple of times when I was little. So I remember it was this big place. It was like a farm, and they had all these pumpkins everywhere, and they're hooked up to the vine. I know I just made it sound like it was a computer or some kind of technology when it's simply a plant. But so basically, they had a lot of the pumpkins, and the pumpkins were hanging out, and I picked one of them. I looked through it. It was when I was very small, and I always liked them. And see, those make better jack-o'-lanterns than the turnips, because the turnips are so small you can't really do too much with it, but they do have turnips that are pretty big. Oh, nice way of the road. Nice. And I'm going to bring this thing all the way back. I'm going to haul it all the way back to Tortuga or Port Royal and get this thing fixed. Yeah, and I've grown pumpkins before, but sometimes, as y'all knows, the weather was sometimes goofy, and I did grow a pumpkin, but then some of the insects got into it, and they kind of messed up the plant. But now, with the drought and all, and I remember I do have stuff to repel insects. It caught me off guard. I didn't really know what was happening. Because, you know, like mint is good to repel insects. It's a natural remedy against them. So they smell like, they sell mint spray. That's like, so those are natural repellents against the pests. But this is from like, you know, a few years ago. It's not too recent. But I'm growing a pumpkin plant right now, and it survived the drought. And I've been watering them consistently. And I just planted my tomato. And yeah, so basically, yeah, so I just planted the tomato plant, and I'm coming out with a new garden update video. It's a little sneak peek for everybody. In the game, I'm hitting some nails. Alright. It's being kind of goofy right now. Yeah, thanks, Amanda. They do take a lot of space. And also, I have been looking at different parts of the yard for the chickens and things like that. Whenever I get that done, I'm looking at that. And as I said, I like tomatoes, and for a couple of years I've had the peppers because before, even when my grandpa used to plant stuff in the yard, in winter the stuff would die out, but when I put them in pots and bring them in at winter, it helps out the situation with the plants because they survive for longer periods of time than just a couple of months. So I'm gonna have some tomatoes, and I have some flowers and things growing right now. It's pretty cool. Hey, Rebel. Glad to have you here. Glad Rebel's here. It's cool. Shout out to Rebel. That was funny, Rebel. Yeah, so that's basically, I think pumpkins are. I like pumpkin pie. I think it's pretty cool. It's very nice for the fall season. Alright. Oh, and shout out to gumbo, the dish. And crawfish, too. Alright. Repaired my ship. Now we're gonna go sail off. Yeah, and also with the ghouls and stuff I was just talking about, those beings are another interdimensional like demon being, and they snatch stuff from graves, like spirits from graves. And we'll look more into that. And also, they have different ones. Even in like Arabia, they have different types of ghosts that they call them jinn. So a lot of these different stories are around. There's hundreds of these kind of supernatural stories. And also, I remember with the pumpkin seeds, they're nice and big because some seeds are very microscopic and you can't really get anything out of it. And Like corn is a good size seed. Hello, Essie. Glad to have you here. I was just talking about some Halloween experiences that I've had and different things like that. But yeah, pumpkin seeds are good. Yes, they are. And I remember, like, when I was making the jack o' lantern, it's very exciting, and I like to do it. And they have these nice things that people can have to grow their, I mean, not grow, to shape it. Like you could put different faces and stuff on it. I've done that before. I also like the traditional ones as well. And I think that the Halloween is a lot of nice American traditions that hopefully don't get ruined or canceled by people. And tomorrow also we'll talk about more tales and things. Oh yeah, shout out to Corn. Yeah, shout out to Corn. Corn is cool. It's a nice plant. I have a lot of corn saved in the freezer. And yeah, because I think that basically something interesting that I was seeing today is a lot of the some missing people's cases happen in a lot of the areas where they have these paranormal activity, and I think that's interesting. So besides people, unfortunately, kidnapping people, there also possibly could be paranormal elements to some disappearances. So it's like if you see a map of the disappearances and a map of where the paranormal stuff is coming from, it's like the same thing. It's wild. Uh oh. These smaller ships are a little bit difficult. Also, I'm not completely focusing on them. Remember, we used to have a black cat, and it fit well with Halloween. Remember, my friend and I, we used to go and trick or treat to the older guy down the street, and we had some cool candy. That was nice. But we didn't do a lot of trick or treating because, there's weird people out there. I got a treasure chest. Yeah, you like pumpkin pie too, SC? I like that in pecan pie. So there's a pecan story. So basically, there was this time when I was actually up over there that way. There are a lot of different pecan trees that I've had. So not I haven't had, but other people in the area. There's some pecan trees around, and we had them off the tree, and that was pretty cool. I've had it off the tree before, and pecans are pretty cool. And it looks like Jolly Roger is going to be attacking. He's going to. So, Jolly Roger, chat, that little creature demon thing, he's going to be attacking again. So, it looks like we're going to see another pirate fight. So, explaining in the game, this dude called Jolly Roger, he attacks the pirate areas, and he's about to attack this area again. Just a different location, but in a similar region. Let's see. that's where we're going. We're over somewhere. Let's go to Ravens Cove. Let's just go back there simply. Okay, Amanda, thank you. Connection seems to be alright. Okay. Yeah. So basically, as we were saying about, so I've had pecans and they're good for you. I've had some pecan pie. I like that too. And this is an interesting part of the game. As I said, this is a Spanish ship that the Spanish people came here with. Okay, it's somewhere down there. Let's see in the map. I'm going down to the area where they're having this fight. Okay, I'm right here. I'm going to go across. Yeah, I think Port Royal would be a better place. Alright, there we go. Ah, alright, here we go. That's funny way of the road. Also, I like coconuts. I just got a coconut recently. Alright, and we're going to go to this map. We're going to go direct the ship in this other direction. So I'm redirecting the ship. Yeah, hair pie's the best pie. I remember one time, my friends and we were watching. I was watching some Netflix one Halloween around that time period. The weather was like cool. It's getting cool down here now. Like the weather's getting breezy and cool. And I was watching this thing about these people going to these haunted houses they have, but they're actually real killers. And so each one they were going to, they're attracting more and more bad people, and it didn't go too well for them. So yeah, that was an interesting one. It was like on edge, and the people were trying to they're traveling around the people that are being followed. That was a pretty interesting one. And then the next Halloween movie was like a comedy thing. Yep. Alright, we're going down here. We're going to this place. That's where it's going on. Another good movie is the Killer Clowns from Outer Space. That's a movie that I like. Looks like there's absolutely nobody here. That's something. Usually there's a lot of people here. Seems like there's nobody in the server. Yeah, they're in a different server than this one. That's why it's like that. Oh, really, Rebel? That's cool. Yeah, they have a lot of merch and stuff about the killer clowns from outer space. I think it's very interesting because it's like the police didn't think there was really something going on, and there was. And I think that, it shows like they're like shapeshifters or they're just from some other planet that had clowns on it or something, or they're shapeshifters and they came here to cause trouble and no one believed them. I think, yeah, that is one of my favorites. Remember when I first watched it? It was on one of the channels, and of course, obviously, I saw a rerun of it, obviously, and yeah, I think it was very good with comedy and a combination of things, and yeah, and it's the nostalgic thing has now had a comeback, and that's a good movie, totally. Oh, that's cool, Rebel. That's awesome. You're good to your grandkid. Oh, that's cool. You're a clown for Halloween. That's nice. Yeah. And also, I remember when they were going through the maze and stuff, and they're being chased by them. And I like the theme and how it's like goofy, but it's still like obviously something's going on. And there's a lot of clowns running around now, but in a real sense. But like it shows you how at first people deny the narrative, the conspiracy that something's going on, and then something happens. And that's why I always like to see what the people have to say with different theories and things, even if I didn't agree with it, because you never really know. Because it's they didn't believe the police didn't believe that the clowns were doing something, and then something happened, and if they would have taken action, it would have been better for the people there. Hello, sick 6X. Glad to see you here in chat. And it is a silly movie. Yeah, I like how it has a comedic effect in it. I think that's really cool. And also, I like how like the clowns are very serious, but they come off as goofy, and then people think it's a joke at first, but it's not really a joke. Oh, that sounds really cool, Rebel. That sounds cool. That sounds like a real cool mask. I remember when how in that time you could have these type of movies and things and without all the graphic, although I do like the effects of movies today, without all the special effects, like they're able to make that scary without being stupid about it. Like they were not that there's very good movies with modern CGI and stuff, but it's so authentic and realistic in a way, and it's goofy what they're able to do with the technology at that time that I think that people may have taken for granted, and now that people are more nostalgic about that stuff. Well, that's funny, Essie. That's funny. Yeah, Amanda. Yeah, it would be nice to see that movie online. There's parts of it on YouTube, but the full movie on YouTube, it probably would cost something. Oh yeah, Rebel. Oh yeah, I was just thinking of that. How they put the people in those cotton candy cocoons. Yeah, yeah, that was very interesting how they did that. And I liked how they had the trampoline that they were trying to get the people to bounce on. Yeah, that was really cool. This is a tavern. It's like a pub or a bar from that time period. That's what this place is. And the people play music and things like that. And you have some people chilling here. This is the bar area, and then you have the people doing their music. No, Rebel, I'm not on Rumble. No. And so, Anthony, we're talking about a movie called The Killer Clowns from Outer Space. It's made a comeback with merch and costumes and Halloween things. And also, I think that it was a very classic movie, a classic Halloween movie, because before I get into the other topics, we just kind of sit here for a little bit and talk about different things. I think that that was a good movie and a classic, and without modern like CGI and stuff, they're able to make a scary movie without being too graphic. Oh, you can't pick a bar fight in this game, but you can play poker and blackjack. That's what you can do in this game. And basically, you can get quests and stuff, but it's not like fighting people. But you can challenge other users to a duel or something. Anywhere, though, but hypothetically in there, too. And yeah, there's like nobody in this server in this part of the game, so that's why it's just a ghost town. Exactly, Rebel. Exactly. That the special effects are exactly as I said, timeless without CGI, and he loves those type of real effects. Exactly, exactly. I totally agree, and I think that like when you do that stuff without the technology, people are more creative, and the time period wasn't like how things are now. Obviously, with the political atmosphere, and people were more normal back then, and that's another factor to take into account. And also, it's unique how they had a clown doing those things. I remember they had the bike, how they wanted to ride the bike, and this other scene where it was like the little clown and he made a big impact with what he did, and they had the people where they had the hand the hand puppet thing with the light and it ate all the people. That was very cleverly done. Very cleverly done. A lot of old TV shows and movies had very cool effects. I did not know it was free on YouTube. Thanks for telling, chat. Yeah, yeah, Rebel, exactly. I totally agree. Yeah, and also another thing is that I think that how they had the concept of when they came and it was interdimensional You know, the interdimensional movie. Not the interdimensional movie. The interdimensional aliens, and they're coming here because the killer clowns are like aliens, like shapeshifters. Oh, these people not rebel. These people Way of the Road, they're just computer holograms. I mean, they're not real, like players. No, I mean they're computer holographic things, but the that person might be real right there, wearing the brown, but he's playing something right now. But that guy and this guy, the people with the green, they're just computer generated things. They're not real players. And I did not know the Killer Clowns from Outer Space was free on YouTube. I didn't know that. But it is. Before, when I checked it, it costed something, I think. So they changed it, and that's good, because that's a really popular movie. Yeah, that'd be cool if y'all were in the game. It's a computer game. Yeah, because the people, them talking, yeah, they're so immature. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I think that people need to not people, but the politicians. A lot of them are so immature. Yeah, Amanda. Yeah, Amanda. I've seen some of the free movies on YouTube and some of the ones that cost money. Yeah, you understand what I mean. Oh yeah, Rebel. I agree. The creature feature should play it. I like this ship. I like how it has this angle right here. Yeah, creature feature is good. It does have good stuff to it. It has good things in it. All right. Let's see if this server has more people in it. Oh yeah, Way of the Road. I agree. They are so cliche. They really are. They're all out for themselves. Oh yeah, that's good 6. I'm gonna call you 6. That's good 6. All right. Hopefully in this one there's more folks up in here. All right. I remember also old cartoons, like the Halloween cartoons. Those are very good, like from the 30s, like the Skeleton Symphony. That's one that's free on YouTube. Y'all can watch. And also, they had some things where the people were, no, the skeletons were dancing around and it was getting kind of cold. I mean, not cold. It was getting breezy. Kind of like a cold front was coming in. All right. See, this one, there's more people here. Amanda, Creature Feature is this channel, not channel, Creature Feature is this thing where people could watch, they show old movies on their live streams. It's a good channel, and that's what they do. They show old movies, like from the 50s and 60s and stuff, and before that. Yeah, and the Jolly Rogers guy comes through here and does things. Okay. Yeah, documentary. Documentary. Yeah, see, these people in the game are the allies. The But yeah, when the zombies come, I'll cut their faces off. Definitely. Yeah, because, Amanda, that's pretty cool that you're sub to those channels that show the free horror movies. That's good. Yeah, shout out. Yes. Yes, indeed, Essie. Yes. Okay, so, Anthony, the way you know that you're dealing with a real person in the game is if they have the blue name right there, and you click on them. Well, you click on it. And then their stuff comes up, like you add them as a friend, you could tell them something, things like that. That's what you could do with real people. The people that aren't real in the game, like this dude right here, it's green. And you press shift to talk to them. That's what you usually do in the game. Yeah, you press shift. And usually they have the different people with requests. They have quests for you to do. There's quests you could do in the game. That's funny, Rebel. That's funny. So, well, I have a German name. So, another thing that's going on. Like, I think, in my opinion, that with, inflation going up and stuff, it's causing the dollar to be devalued and go down. And I think that basically the other side, they don't like people they want people to be reliant on the system and the dollar because they want people to be trapped in their system, in my opinion. And I think that it's good for people to do contrary to what the elites want them to do, and then get things that would help preserve them from being trapped in the system, being reliant on the system. Amanda, Thomas can be a German name, it could be a British name, it could be a variety of different things. I'll go and bring it up. Thomas is a common surname of English, Welsh, Irish, Scottish, French, German, Dutch, and Danish origin. And it's of biblical origin from the medieval ages, and in it's Aramaic and Hebrew. It's called Toma from the old language, and it means, and a by name meaning twin. Yeah, Rebel, it reminds you of Idiocracy. That's good. Well, that's interesting, rather. You're welcome, Amanda. You're welcome. And that's cool. Your dad was German and Irish. You see, look, the pirates are here now. The zombie pirates are here. It's time to fight. All right, here we go. All right, here we go. Yes, kitty nerd. Yep. The zombies are here. Killer zombies from the Caribbean. Don't really seem like there's anything there. Let's go to this other area. Where are they at? They're somewhere here. There's different waves of them. Oh, they must be coming from this area. On this other side. Oh, the bombers are coming in. Yeah, so I've had some interesting experience with Halloween in general. And the pumpkins and different things like that. I like that. Alright, so it looks like they've come more inland. And this game's real spooky and Halloween, like. And I'm enjoying the moon that was out earlier. It's pretty cool. Alright. Trying to see where these monsters are. Because we have to defend the pirate area from the other pirates that are coming in. Yeah, they're just... here we are. Here they come. I got them. Alright. Put the poison. Okay. So they're kind of more inland now. That's where they are. That's a big one. That's a big one. Alright. The fourth one's coming through. Alright, there we go. I'm getting him. Artillery right here. Alright, well, they're bringing their artillery. Alright. Get the sword out. See, they're coming through here. Okay. Some of the people are back here. They must be coming through this area too. Okay, this is the bombs. Alright. Let's go. So I'm about to go and get the zombies. Alright, it looks like he's being revived. Alright. Gotten to that area. Yeah, 6. That makes sense. Right on. Right on. Let's see these people. There's a 6 wave coming through. Let's go over here. It knocked me out. My dude's saving me right here. Let's thank him. And we all die. Yeah, it was funny. The dude went to go save me, and he died, and he got knocked out. All right. Now we're going to go in here. We'll use this. Let's see what more they're doing. All right, here we go. Shoot. Here we go. Put the bombs out. We go fight this thing. All right. Right, he's coming through. The big pirate. Let's see which way he comes through. Well, they're dealing with the stuff over here now. It's a big war zone up in here. Okay. My family has enough water. Yes. The thing about the water situation, it's like the Mississippi is going to become salt water, so like the tap water and stuff and the drinking water is going to be having issues, but they're going to pump fresh water into the Mississippi River from up north. Yes, we have enough water. It's all good. And it's not really much of a bottled water shortage, but it's good to stock up on that regardless, because I think it's good to, for survival things, it's good to have water and supplies and stuff. But I think basically with the situation, it's good to, we have the water and it's good to stock up on that, but that isn't the big issue. The big issue is the situation with oh yeah, the situation with the Gulf bringing in the salt water. Some parts of Louisiana already have the problem. Like, I think in a survivalist situation, it's good to have canned food. That's something good to have. And I think it's good to have, medical supplies, first aid kits, and things like that, and water. Alright. I'm not too sure where this is happening. Maybe it's happening over here. Okay, Anthony, thank you for coming. Okay, it looks like we defeated him. Alright, that's cool. Yeah, right on, Anthony. We did it right in time, right when the battle was done. We did it. All right, soon I'm going to get into the other topics, some more paranormal stories, things like that. Let's see. All right. Yeah, so and I think another movie that I saw that I thought was interesting was Scream. I remember I had the mask when I was little. It was a Halloween. I'm like, oh, it looks like a ghoul or something, but it was a from something else. All right, Anthony. Thank you. Have a blessed night, Anthony. All right. I like fall. Another thing I like about fall, it gets cooler down here. The heat doesn't bother me as much as it used to, but it still gets really hot. Of course, it's not pleasant to be in. And also, I like the fall leaves, they change colors. And contrary to what some people think, it just depends on the type of tree, because the trees here do change colors, but some of them are cypress trees or swampy trees, and they just turn brown and fall off. Because there's a big debate in Louisiana about that, but it just depends on the trees, like the type of tree. Most people up north have like, I mean, literally like say Tennessee or Georgia or something. They'll usually it's not as swampy like it is down here. So there's some swampy trees and trees like they have up there. SE, I'll check that out. Oh yeah, man, exactly. People do that for money, and it's a people they'll buy up a bunch of things and then they'll go and try to sell it off to people later at a higher price. That was a concern. Yeah, right on, Essie. Right on. Yes, yes, six. I think that would be really cool to the Michigan weather. That sounds great. That sounds great. All right, all right, SC. I'll sure check it out. And SC, I'm gonna also have more info. Other YouTubers are talking about the interdimensional alien theory about them being demonic, and there is biblical evidence and proof about it being a demonic thing that we were talking about. Like, that's pretty cool. So, like, John was talking about these frog creatures that were impure spirits, and that was the Greys. He just didn't really know what it was exactly, so he called them frogs. It's like, that dude, when he was seeing this place now, because the Bible talks about the situation we're in right now in the world, it's like that guy must have. He probably needed a good night's sleep after seeing all that, because like things in the Bible are happening now. Like they prophesied it and it came true. And as I said, it correlates with Halloween, which I won't stop saying. That the spirit world and our realm it gets thinner. So these creatures in Ireland, Scotland, England, they came out, the ghouls and weird creatures and things like we have now, like the aliens. And basically, back then, the Halloween was started because they wanted to blend in with the different people that were there, the little critters, the creatures and stuff that were there. And now, on a regular basis, the spirit world and our realm are wearing thin. So that's why we're seeing more of these things happening. And maybe, that's where some of these politicians came from. They may have came from another dimension. That's something we all agree on. Yeah, facts, I see. Facts. Yeah, facts, Mary. Facts. Yeah, lizard dimension way of the road. There you go. He knows. Some of the fallen angels were depicted as looking like reptiles. And also the angels in general, they look like a wild cat and like a eagle. They look like something real trippy. God is very creative. Look at all those ships. Hilarious. That was funny. All these ships are just cluttered together because they're trying to fight off another ship. In America, in these places were discovered with these kind of ships all those years ago. Well, the Vikings went here a really long time ago in the northern part, but they went to the Caribbean down there. My uncle went down to the part where Columbus landed. It's in the Bahamas. Yeah, Antony. Yeah, six. I was talking about on the other stream when we're talking about the haunted places in New Orleans. I was talking about how there is this haunting of a person named Antony. So Antony haunts New Orleans. Do y'all like the Adams Family show? That old show. I think it's pretty cool. One of my friendships. And it was like a restaurant in New Orleans, and a dude named Anthony had it, and now it's haunted by Anthony. Because, New Orleans is a very haunted city. Like, there's something called voodoo. So, voodoo originates from West Africa, and, like, the Africans, that was their religion. Now, some Africans are Muslim because Muhammad and the caliphates went down there. And also, there's Christians in Africa, too. There's a combination of groups there, like in the European countries. but there's something called voodoo, and they have like this dark magic, and it's very familiar in Haiti, especially. There's all kinds of like disturbing things going on down there that we're going to be covering as we get closer to Halloween. And like there's now of course God can reverse anything, and God can, and the angels can fight off those things, of course. And they cannot touch the righteous. They cannot affect the people of God. But these people that they are not of God, and the Africans, like they had that religion during slavery. They brought it here, also to New Orleans, also. God bless Anthony. Yeah, the monsters. That's a good one too, Amanda. That's a good one too. Oh no, I know Mary. I know. And yeah, so basically, what happened was, with the West African voodoo, they do a lot of, some people in New Orleans do it, and some people were Catholic and voodoo at the same time because they didn't really know any better. Sometimes the two religions merge, but of course, I highly suggest people don't go and practice that. Yeah, Mary. Yeah, facts, Mary. Yeah, way of the road. That's funny. Good night, Anthony. Yeah, it's like I think it's a really cool show. But of course, I'm into all that dark stuff and like Halloween and things like that. It's not for everybody. Amanda, the moon looks like a giant white spotlight. That's what it looks like. And also, it's very cool and it's just very bright. It's very bright white. Oh, Mary, he said that. Wow. Well, I'm glad that he is a priest and he was not a one of those heathens. Okay, let's see. Yeah, coffee's cool. Coffee and tea are cool. Now we're gonna get into some things. Yeah, blame the alien man. Mary, I remember him. I remember him very well. He's funny. All right, now I'm going to end the game, and I'm going to go into the things I was going to talk about. And Anthony, you'll probably you'll probably be here in the chat secretly, low key. So we'll not know for sure if he really left or not. All right. What's the other displays? Well, that's not what I meant. Um, List of urban legends. All right. Okay. Yeah, low key swamp goth. Yeah. All right. List of urban legends. So I'm going to talk about some urban legends, some spooky stuff. Then we can get to some other stuff as well. Oh yeah, the Duck Dynasty. Yes. All right. This is a list of urban legends. In chat, let me know if I pronounce something wrong or if something goes with the connection. All right. Here we go. This is a list of urban legends. An urban legend, myth, or tale is a modern genre genre of folklore. It often consists of fictional stories associated with the macabre, superstitions, ghosts, demons, cryptids, extraterrestrials, creepypastas, and other fear generating narrative elements. Urban legends are often rooted in local history and popular culture. Okay. All right, this is one that I know about from when I was a teen. And so the 27 Club is an urban legend that popular musicians and other celebrated artists die at age 27 with statistically anomalous frequencies. Notably, Brian Jones, Jimi Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Jim Morrison, Kurt Cobain, and Amy Whitehouse. The claim of a statistical statistical rather spike for the death of musicians at the age has been repeatedly disproven by studies. I've known about this like my senior year and like that summer. I remember this. LOL, Amanda. And those are great musicians. They're excellent. Shout out to them. And they would have a white lighter. That's something else that they found out about them. That they all had a white lighter. And I remember, like, when I was young, like, and everybody likes to tell me I'm still young. I know. But I'm not 17 or 19 anymore. So I think about a couple of years ago. It's like I was younger than I am now, but I'm still technically young compared to most other people. So basically, they would have a white lighter, and they died at 27. And scientists believe, and people believe, that basically they died because of they did a lot of hard drugs and stuff, and it destroyed their bodies. And I, I don't do any drugs, because we wouldn't want to have aliens joining the 27 club that would only have 2 years left on the channel. And also, I need to not get a white lighter. So I remember that was a key thing about it. But now, if there are conspiracies about it, there could be supernatural things. Like, I don't think these people were necessarily demonic. There's a lot of demonic rappers and stuff, but these people weren't demonic. They were just cool singers, classic singers. Yeah, they did do Heroin Way of the Road. They sure did. Oh, yeah, and Ava would know, Amanda. Ava would know. You should listen to her and also Ruby more often. Yeah, and basically, yeah, give hugs, don't do drugs, right? Yeah, shout out to SE, preaching wisdom as always. I like hearing what he has to say. The 999 phone charging myth is an urban legend which claims that calling an emergency telephone number, then promptly hanging up, charges the mobile phone batteries. I did not know that. I never heard of that before. The 1962 Halloween Massacre was an urban legend about a photo of a Halloween costume party in 1962 in which 7 people were purportedly killed. Group hug. Y'all are missing the point. It's group hug. Alien group hug. And also, the 2016 clown sightings were urban legends that rose in popularity during 2016 about an individual or group dressed up as clowns who stalk, harass, or otherwise scare random people. I remember when this happened. I was my senior year at high school, and I was with my friends in class, and my friend next to me was talking about it, and I'm like, huh? And I saw on all over social media and all over the YouTube especially, these people would dress up as clowns and go in, like, it's like a road in the middle of nowhere or some intersection, and this clown chases the people with a machete. And also, I remember, like, they had these different weapons and things, or people were just hanging out in the woods for no reason, or walking somewhere and a clown comes. And my friend was telling me, and telling the class, not just me specifically, because we're all, like, close together, how these people, somebody was trying to have a knife or something to hurt somebody, it was a clown, and the dude got shot. It was like, mess around and find out. Play stupid games, get stupid prizes. And I still don't know exactly what that was about. Some people thought they were advertising a movie. Some people thought there was some kind of a cult from different parts of the internet that was doing something. I still don't know what was going on, and it hasn't happened since. And that reminds me of like a precursor to what happened with the riots and stuff, the political stuff. It's like that was like a dry run, but who knows? That's just now that could be an idea, or it has nothing to do with that. It's all my opinion. And that was zombie hugs. I like that, zombie hugs. That's even better. Yeah, yeah. Shout out to Way of the Road because it wasn't an urban legend. See, in my opinion, this is not. It's not accurate. It's like that was real, and like people were like, it was creepy. Like the clown was like trying to hit the car and get into the car. It was crazy, and like people were all over. And yeah, so as I was saying, basically with the story, it was like you had these clowns that would stand with a balloon, and we thought it also would repeat every single year. That's what we kind of thought at the time. Around the time period, it was around this time period, I think, and during the summer. And I remember it was that summer I was working at the camp at the school, and the people like rigged some. Remember they rigged that election, and my opinion, another opinion of mine, the teacher kind of rigged also other things with the school thing, and I went to summer school that year, which of course, knowing me, the thing was rigged. Of course, it wasn't anything I did. So, in my opinion, so basically, good memories, but at the same time, I met these people there. It was pretty cool, and I talked to them, this girl and this guy about the aliens and stuff. Like I talked to all of you about it. It's much bigger now from the time my friend and I to them to here. And basically, I think that it was around that time, the 2016 with the clowns and stuff. And I think it was this time period in October, but it probably was happening in the summer, which was a very interesting summer. And there is an infestation here of insects. And yeah, so it brings back memories and stuff. But I do remember the killer clowns. I mean, not the ones from outer space, the ones that were harassing people. They were all over. I wonder who those people were. Like they're just right now just back to normal life. We don't really know what that was all about. Dry run for Clown World. Yeah, they're setting in near forest and schools. Like we kind of thought they were going to come to our school, and it was in Canada and Australia and England. I remember my sister in Australia was telling me about how she was seeing them there too. I'm like, there's some clowns running around, and she's like, yeah, they're here too. And if they're in the woods, they're all over the place. Yeah, Rebel, I understand. And but it's like, and I know they're just messing with people, and that's what it was. But I just wonder how were these people all connected? Because it happened over different countries, and I just if it had to do with some story or something, it's very interesting. It says one possible precursor was an event in 2013, sightings of a creepy clown in Northampton, England. The Northampton clown sightings, which were in town during the September and October of 2013, were the work of three local filmmakers, Alex and Elliot and Luke. The clown shared similar looks to the Pennywise clown. That was something else that they were thinking that it had to do with. That it had to do with Pennywise, that movie that was coming out around that time or something. And yeah, you think it was just a trend rebel? All right. And yeah, so basically, in 2014 they had some, and like you basically one person does it in this area, and then somebody goes, "Oh, I want to do that too," so they go do the same thing in a different area all over. So it causes like a domino effect or a chain reaction. And but as I said, that's the explanation that I accept too, Rebel. And it's also in a way a mystery to me at the same time. Like what like people just want to mess with people, and now they're not messing with people anymore. They're just it's all strange. Yeah, it started in late August. That's what I thought. It wasn't in the summer, it was in August. Oh. I remember the ice bucket challenge, and they probably all did the ice bucket challenge too. Several New Zealand shops withdrew clown costumes in their shelves. In the United States, the East Side Union High School District of Ohio and different places, they banned it. So they had some bans, and some students at Pennsylvania State University and Michigan State University were involved in mobs that searched for clowns in campuses. I remember this part too. I remember with the clown thing, how they went and like hunted them down. And I remember they had a video of it when they found the clown, and everybody, there's hundreds and hundreds of people, maybe 1,000 people. I don't know if it was that much, but it was hundreds of them. And they were like, "Catch the clown, catch the clown." They caught him. It was crazy. Oh, Amanda, that's cool. I would like to see that one day. That's cool. The It movie was pretty cool. You know, so I like scary movies. Yeah, yeah, Rebel. Yeah, and yeah, by October 25th, 2016, several news outlets reported an alleged clown initiated purge or attack. I was right. It was around close to this time of the year it was going on. And next month, which supposedly was to take place on Halloween Eve in 2016. While there were no widespread purge attacks as threats, a family in Florida was attacked on October 31, 2016 by a group of approximately 20 people in clown masks. Wow, that's terrible. Or yeah, exactly, Rebel. And it says that the clown sightings, it had 12 arrests and one death. And a 16-year-old boy was fatally stabbed during the incident. Oh yeah, Rebel, exactly. And one of them did look like they're running pretty fast, but I don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing. Yeah, and Target pulled clown masks off their website. Yeah, so they had a big ban on masks. Silly clowns. Tricks are for kids. I remember like the people were trying to hit the clown, and the clown was trying to get out the way. I remember that in the videos. There's tons and tons and tons of videos. Like there's like a whole encyclopedia of videos. Right way of the road, right? I had a costume like that, like the Jester or the Fool outfit without the mask. I don't know where the mask is if I had it. But yeah, I have some costumes like that. Alright. I'm curious with the evil sightings. Elvis sightings. I did not look at that. It was Elvis sightings. But yeah, there are sightings of Elvis allegedly. but just people that like dress up like it. And not evil sightings, Elvis sightings. I just like skimmed over that word. Yeah, he was the first musician I've heard of. That was the first dude I looked at when I was little. All right, urban legends. All right. Aerial water bomber picking up scuba diver is an urban legend about an aerial water bomber or a helicopter with a dangling water bucket scooping up a scuba diver and dumping them on a wildfire site. This legend was used as a plot device in the films Magnolia and Barney's version. The urban debunked legend debunking site Snoops.com reports there are no proven cases of this happening in reality. The Discovery Channel show Mythbusters also disproved the myth. And we'll get back to the Elvis one. I'll look at that one. And oh yeah, Elvis is great. I love Elvis. I still listen to him. Of course, I mean, it's marveling with the technology we have now. Like, I just get these wireless earphones and walk around and listen to them. When before they had like older versions of this in their recording studio, and now have a camera on top of a flat screen. Technology's marvelous now. Oh yeah, Tupac was very talented. Yeah, shout out to him. He I listened to his stuff recently, like in not recent. I listened to it in like recent times when I got older, and yeah, he's pretty good. Yeah. No, Rebel, we got video evidence. It's overwhelming video evidence that is a fact. Especially with the crack in the White House. Pitiful. No, that cryptid is real. Those interdimensional beings that is absolutely confirmed. Like the other interdimensional beings, the Greys and stuff, that's another one too. Alexandria's Genesis is a purported genetic mutation that gives its carrier purple eyes, shimmering pale, a lack of body hair, and a lack of menstruation, while remaining fertile. The legend originated in Darla fan fiction written in 1998, and since the 2000s has seen circulation on the internet forums and social media. The ankle slicing car thief, man under the car, is an urban legend that tells of a driver that keeps hearing noises under their car when they are driving. When they step out of the car to investigate, their ankles get sliced open with a knife while they are rolling around on the ground in pain. The car thief emerges from the underneath car and steals it. Wow, that's cold. Area 51 is another name for a portion of the Nevada test and training range at UFO enthusiasts have theorized contains evidence of visitors from outer space. Yes, Amanda, it sounds very painful. Absolutely. Ouch. Got a couple of other ones here, chat. Here we go. The babysitter and the man upstairs, also known as the babysitter or the sitter, is an urban legend dating back to the 1960s about a teenage girl babysitting children who receives telephone calls from a stalker who continually asks her check the children. And we know now with the internet, there's a lot of stalkers and weirdos that still are active today with social media and stuff, and that's why it's good for everybody to keep their privacy in check and their safety in check so people are not harmed or hurt to the best of their ability. Baby Train is an urban legend which claims that a small town had unusually high birth rate because a train would pass through the town at 5 a.m. and blow its whistle, waking up all the residents since it was too late to go back to sleep and early to get up. Couples would have sex. This resulted in mini baby boom. Interesting. The Backrooms. The Backrooms is an urban legend originated from 2019 4chan thread that claimed an out-of-bounds era of reality existed resembling a liminal spaces, which could be accessed accidentally and could be escaped from. The legend soon developed to include real or implied creatures that terrorize hunt people trapped in the backrooms. SE says, one time me and a friend was on 95 driving and we heard a cat coming from the hood loud as day and going down the road at 75. We pulled over, but there was nothing. Yeah, that's eerie. That's eerie, SE. That's eerie. Yeah, yeah, when a stranger calls. Exactly, Amanda. Yeah, the back rooms, that's another thing on YouTube. There's like videos people made up about it. So like you're in this giant, like these white or kind of grayish looking rooms, and you're kind of going through a labyrinth of different rooms, and you meet different people that tell you this or that or to go here, get out, and you're being chased by some giant monster thing like from the pirate game, and then you fall into some other realm, and then you fall into this realm, and you just kind of go through this unending thing being chased by these kind of monster things. The conspiracies about it are on YouTube, and you know these things that people made that were. It's an interesting story. The baby roast is an urban legend about babysitter who is told that the parents they are babysitting for to put the baby in bed and put the turkey in the oven for tomorrow. The babysitter, typically portrayed as intoxicated, becomes confused and puts the turkey in bed, and graphic, that would be a graphic ending for the other thing. So it's like basically the babysitter got the different things mixed up and put the wrong thing in the oven. The Bandage Man is an urban legend about a logger who died in a grisly sawmill accident that attacks cars and terrorizes teenagers. The Beast of Laddenborough, colloquially known as the Vampire Beast of Baldenborough, the Vampire Cat, was a creature purportedly responsible for a string of deaths amongst the Badenborough, North Carolina animals in winter of 1953 and 54. SC, that is weird that you heard that. That is weird. And there wasn't actually anything there. Wow. Yeah, man, that is horrible. That's why it's best to not be intoxicated to that point. Especially if you're trying to do something like that. Yes, Mary, yes. The Beast of Bodmin Moor is a folklore legend that describes as a phantom cat purportedly to live in Cornwall, England, United Kingdom. Bodmin Moor became a center for purported sightings after 1976, with occasional reports of mutilated slain livestock. The alleged panther leopard like black cat, often the same region, came to be popularly known as the Beast of Bodmin Moor. Exactly, Rebel. You know, as time went on, people got even more wacky and weird, Rebel. Yeah. Yeah, scared. Alright. The Bell Witch is a folklore legend from 1817 to 1821 when farmer John Bell Sir, his family, in the local area supposedly came under attack by a mostly invisible entity that was able to speak, affect, and physical environment and shapeshift, and was located in Robertson County, Tennessee. See, that's like, yeah, like people that were under witchcraft and stuff. Yeah, the Bell Witch is a legend of South United States folklore centered in 19th century Bell family of Northwest Robinson County, Tennessee. Farmer John Bell resided with family along the Red River, an area currently near the town of Adams. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah, Rebel, that was a thing back in the day where you were. Yeah. Well, you are at rather, not in past tense where you are. Yeah, but you would charge her rent that's too high, so she's not going to stay around you. And yeah, that's interesting. Interesting story. Yeah, exactly. Haunt the curbs. Yeah, it was Amanda meowing Essie, and I was meowing too in the back seat. Ben Drowned. No, is Ben Drowned is a fictitious psychological horror series that originated an alternate reality game created by American author Alex Hall in 2010. It follows the college sophomore Jad Usable, who, after acquiring haunted Nintendo 64 video cartridge of The Legend of Zelda, I didn't know video games were haunted, is plagued over the course of a single week by the presence of a seemingly omniscient being called Beon. Gerald Bettis, known as the Dog Boy, was an urban legend that described a sinister young boy in Quintsman, Arkansas. Okay, well, okay, well that's it. He was a sinister. Oh no, the Dog Boy. I don't. That's all they have about him. That's right. We had three cats in the back seat. Se. Se. The witch is from Tennessee. Specifically, it's from. I have it over in this other window. Middle Tennessee, Robertson County, Tennessee, Adams, Tennessee. And here's a depiction of it. It's like, see the fireplace where she should be twerking, but she's just trying to be bad, and he's just like, go back in the fireplace. But yeah, anyway, all jokes aside, that is basically a depiction of the witch. Meow 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 meow. The Bell Witch. And God bless all people in chat that were learning things for educational purposes about the other side, but Christ protects and blesses all of us with sweet dreams. Amen. I am not a demon, obviously. I'm here to just tell the history of these darker things. And as I said, as October rolls around, we'll talk about the voodoo in Haiti. Shout out to Rebel for that one. And also also basic, and tomorrow we're going to talk about the Headless Horseman. Yeah, you see, they're saying that it's a jinn, and that's in Arabian folklore is like a witch thing from Arabia, or a goblin demon. All right. Now, since chat's interested, I'm gonna go and I'm gonna read about the Bell Witch in more detail, so SC and others and myself can know what's going on here. The Bell Witch, or the Bell Witch hauntings, is a legend from southern United States folklore, centered on the 19th century Bell family of northwest Robertson County, Tennessee. Farmer John Bell Sr. resided with his family along the Red River, in an area currently near the town of Adams. According to the legend, from 1817 to 1821, his family and local area came under attack by a mostly peaceful and mostly invisible entity that was able to speak, affect the physical environment, and shapeshift. Some accounts record the spirit also having been a clairvoyant and capable of crossing long distances with superhuman speed, being able to move in one place at a time. What is that? A claimed psychic ability to gain information about an object, person, location, and physical through extrasensory perspective. Oh yeah, SC, your brother lived in Sleepy Hollow for years, and that's very cool. What's a goon to a goblin? That's a very good question. Very good question. In 1894, newspaper editor Martin V. Ingram published his authenticated history of the Bell Witch. The book is widely regarded as the first full-length record. Lost my place as I was doing something. Of the legend and primary source of the subsequent treatments of the individuals, recording and the work were known historical personalities. In modern times, some skeptics have regarded Ingram's efforts as a work of historical fiction or fraud. Other researchers consider Ingram's work as Gnostic folklore study, an accurate reflection of the belief of the region during the 19th century. While none of the fundamental elements of the original record legend, Bell Witch Cave in the 20th century became a source of continuing interest, belief, and generation of lore. The contemporary artistic interpretation, such as the film, music, has expanded the reach of the legend beyond regional confines in the southern United States. Oh yeah, Amanda, I know who Wheezy is. I know exactly what you're talking about. I was just saying, what's a goon to a goblin? And I'm just saying that's a good question in general. I know what he's talking about, Amanda. I was just saying in general that's a good question. While not a fundamental element of the original record legend, the Bell Witch Cave in the 20th century became a source of continuing interest, belief, and generation of lore. Contemporary artistic interpretations, such as the film, music, expanded the reach of the legend beyond regional confines in the southern United States. In his book, An Authenticated History of the Bell Witch, author Martin V. Ingram published that the poltergeist's name was Kate, after the entity claimed to point to be old Kate Bat's witch, and continued respond favorably by the name. The physical activity centered on the Bell's youngest daughter, Betsy, and her father, and Kate expressed particular displeasure when Betsy became engaged to the local named Joshua Gardner. This reminds me of a Twilight Zone episode with the witch. The haunting began sometime in 1817 when John Bell witnessed the apparition of a strange creature resembling a dog with the head of a rabbit. Bell fired the animal but disappeared. John's son Drew Bell approached an unknown bird perched on a fence that flew off and was extraordinary size. The daughter Betsy observed a girl in a green dress swinging from the limb of an oak tree. Dean, a person enslaved by the Bell family, reported being followed by a large black dog on the evenings. He visited his wife, actively moved to the Bell household, with knocking heard along the door of the walls. The family heard sounds, gnawing in beds, invisible dogs fighting, and chains along the floor. About this time, John Bell began experiencing paralysis in his mouth. Phenomena grew intensely as sheets were pulled from beds. When the children slept, soon the entity pulled hair and scratched the children with particular emphasis on Betsy, who was slapped, pinched with pins. Yes, Way of the Road, my grandpa likes him. I listened to some Little Wayne, and I liked Eminem. Well, I still like them, but also, obviously, I didn't see every single song, and when I was young, like a kid, a lot of the stuff was just on iTunes. It wasn't on YouTube yet. But I still saw a lot of those songs, and I listened to a variety of different music. I listen to all music. Yeah, my grandpa used to. Yeah, he used to put it in his phone, and he put it in his phone pocket, and he would just play it there. Also, Eminem is very funny. I like listening to him too. The Bells turned to family friend James Johnston for help after reviving retiring for the evening at Bell Home. Johnston was awakened by at night by some phenomena that morning, told John Bell. You see, SC, how this thing's like interdimensional? How it's like there in another dimension, but it's like there. And more of this stuff is happening. Like a lot of rappers these days, not Lil Wayne or Eminem, but like some of these newer people, like they'll have like satanic tattoos on them, and they'll do demonic things, and their audiences have demonic situations, and they'll have possessions and stuff. So this apparition that was seen all the way back then in Tennessee is still happening today more frequently, as Rebel was saying how the stories today are even crazier because we're getting closer to the end times and to evil things are happening. So this is the Bell House. I love Tennessee in that area. It's really nice. Good memories. All right. And that morning he told John Bell it was a spirit just like in the Bible. See? Like the guy was talking about the Bible. Like people were like, oh, I'm like talking about scary stuff, but it's like it correlates with the religion. You know, like in like there's evil things, and we're talking about these stories and spirits just like in the Bible. Like what I just said really literally a moment ago before I read it. Soon, word of the haunting spread, with some traveling great distances to see the witch. The apparition began to speak out loud and was asked, "Who are you and what do you want?" The voice answered feebly, "I am a spirit. I was once very happy, but now disturbed. It's disturbed that humans exist, and it was disturbed that God created us. And it's, tough luck. It's probably more disturbed when Jesus saved us on the cross." The spirit offered diverse explanations of why it had appeared. You see how these things are? They just appear. The UFOs, they'll just appear. The frog gray aliens, they just appear. Crack just appears in the White House. And trying its origin of the disturbance of Native American burial mounds. See? They're trying to see where did it come from. The Bible says to test the spirit and question it. You know it's something bad. If it makes sense, it's something good. And so its origin of the disturbance of a Native American burial ground located on the property, and sent Drew Bell and Bennett Porter an unproductive search for burial treasure. For buried treasure. An unproductive search for. Oh, so basically, it sent them on an unproductive search for buried treasure. It's like he hears some kind of like story of like, so I'm like in Tennessee with like say Rebel, and the ghost is like, there's some Native American burial ground. We just go look for the treasure. We're like unfazed. That's funny. And with emergence of the conversations, the spirit repeated the word for word 2 sermons given 13 miles apart from the same time. The entity was well acquainted with the biblical text and appeared to enjoy religious arguments. You see how these things are, these demons are? You see what they do? Just because someone or some religions believe in God, it doesn't mean they're good or they're going to heaven. So, someone says they believe in God, you gotta look further. The spirit likes the Bible, likes talking about it. How would some spirit in Tennessee know about the Bible? Unless if it was just some omnipresent being that was able to go to different places. And you see in the story, the Bell Witch can go here to there very quickly, because it's interdimensional. Amen. Praise the Lord that this story came across our path tonight, and I'm explaining this story because it correlates with everything I have been talking about. This is a great story. I really enjoy it. Yeah, chat. Shout the chat. Y'all funny. I don't. Yeah, the rap. I listen to a few rappers. Yeah, I listen to a few of them, and I like how like they'll have these good subliminal message, like not subliminal messages, but they'll have interesting messages in the raps. But predominantly, I'm known more for like liking rock and classical music and military marches, of course, and all and things like that. Also, I like some rap as well. And I said I like all music. I like all of it. And rap, including rap, not the like stupid ones, but like the cool ones. And you know something about the Satanism and rap music? They used to have Satanism and heavy metal. Now they're seeing how rap is more popular, so they're going to the rap instead. Oh yeah, metal detectors are cool to look for treasure. Jazz is great. New Orleans is a lot of jazz, Essie. Jazz is cool. Jazz is cool. Also, I like Scott Joplin. He was this African musician in New Orleans who plays beautiful classic piano. It's called ragtime. I love it. All right. So the spirit was well acquainted with biblical texts and appeared to enjoy religious arguments. As another amusement, the witch shared gossip about activities in other households and at times appeared to leave for brief moments to visit homes after the inquiry. John Johnston, a son of James, devised a test for the witch. Something no one outside his family would know, asking the entity, which his Dutch step-grandmother in North Carolina would say to the slaves if she thought they did something wrong. The witch replied with his grandmother's accent, "Hut tut. What has happened now?" In another account, an Englishman stopped to visit and offered to investigate, one remarking on his family overseas. The witch suddenly began to mimic his English parents. Again, the early morning, the witch woke him to voices of his parents worried as they had heard his voice as well. The Englishman quickly left the morning and later wrote to the Bell family, "The entity has visited his family in England. He apologized for his skepticism." You see how it's interdimensional, like what SC and I were saying? This being. It could go to England. It could go here. It could go to Tennessee. Because it's from a different dimension and it's able to do something we can't do in this realm. Yeah, shout out the chat. I like listening to alien spaceship sound effects. Yeah, me too. Shout out to chat. And more music's coming out. It's all good. Yeah, shout out the chat. All right. So, here you go. You have more confirmation, by the grace of the Lord, about how these interdimensional beings work. How, like, what Rebel and I were talking about with the voodoo in Haiti, and with all these things that are happening even in our modern time, if it's political or cultural, how all these things tie in together to the proving of these interdimensional beings of things that we cannot access for various reasons. Maybe it's some, things we're never supposed to see. At the times, the spirit displayed a form of kindness, especially towards Lucy, John Bell's wife, the most perfect woman to walk the earth. The witch would give Lucy fresh fruit and sing hymns to her, and showed John Bell's measure of respect. You see, like, the devil can appear as an angel of light. These demonic beings were supposed to help us. They were supposed to be good to us, but sometimes they'll masquerade to do what they were supposed to do and be kind to us, but they're really doing something deceptive to trick us to go against God, some kind of a way. Even the elect would be fooled. So you see how these beings could be good if they wanted to. They have a free will, but they choose to be bad. You see this parallel. These angels were once angels of light. Because God wanted the angels to be here to help us, but these angels didn't want to help us. They want to be over us. Another reason why God doesn't like pride. Pride before the fall. Referring to John Bell Sir as Old Jack, the witch claimed she intended to kill him and signaled his intention through curses, threats, and afflictions. See? If it was really a good angel, it wouldn't do that. The story climaxes with the Bell Patriarch being poisoned by the witch. Afterward, the entity interrupted the mourners singing drinking songs. In 1821, as a result of the witch's entertainment, Betsy Bell called off. In 1828, the witch returned one time to Lucy and her sons Richard and Joel with similar activities as before, but they choose not to encourage it. The witch appeared to leave again. Several accounts say that during his military career, Andrew Jackson was intrigued with the story and his men were frightened away after traveling to investigate. I never knew that. Andrew Jackson was down here in New Orleans helping out. In an independent oral tradition recorded in the vicinity of Panola County, Mississippi. NOLA, that's synchronicity. The witch was the ghost of an unpleasant overseer John Bell murdered in North Carolina. In this tradition, the spirit falls in love with the central character Mary, leading to her death. This accounts of reminiscent vampire lore. The supernatural powers attributed to the Tennessee spirit have also been compared to that of the jinn in mythology. So jinn in Islam and in Arabia is this like a genie, like Aladdin, like the genie. You rub the lamp and the dude comes out and he's like, "What's up? I'll grant you 3 wishes." 3 wishes. And so it's an Arabian thing from the Far East. Jinn, also romanticized as the jinn, or an Anglicized, no, Anglicanized genies, are invisible creatures in early religion in pre-Islamic Arabia and later Islamic culture and belief. Like humans, they are accountable for their deeds and can be either believers, Muslims, which I disagree. I think the things, in my opinion, would be evil spirits, but that's what they believe, or they could be unbelievers. But I didn't know that, but yeah, so basically, from what I've seen from the Arabian YouTube channels, that they'll go into these places in Arabia and they'll see like one of the jinns allegedly, and they'll use Islamic prayers to rebuke it, similar how as Christians would rebuke an evil spirit in the name of Jesus. And so it doesn't seem like, from what I've seen in the videos, the jinn don't seem like they're too good. The Wishmaster movie's about the jinn. I didn't know that, Amanda. Thank you. Andrew Jackson was part of the Jackson 5. He was Michael's brother. He played the drums and guitar. He was amazing. You're right on, SE. SE, right on. In the manuscript attributed to Richard William Bell, he wrote that the spirit remained a mystery. Whether it was witchery, such as afflicted people in the past centuries and the darker ages, whether some gifted, fiend, or hellish nature practicing sorcery or selfish enjoyment, or some more modern science akin to the mesmerism of some hobgoblin, a native to the winds of the country, or disembodied soul shut out from heaven, or evil spirit like those in Paul, like in the Bible, drove out to the man and to the swine, settling them mad, or a demon let loose from hell. I am unable to decide, nor has anyone yet divined its nature, cause, or appearing, and I trust this description of the monster in all forms and shapes of many tongues will lead experts who may come with the wiser generation to correct conclusion, satisfactory explanation. So in my opinion, to answer this question, it's some kind of interdimensional demonic being. He was pretty much right. Or a person influenced by them, but I think it was like a demonic, like a fallen angel. That's why I would know the Bible so well, because it's an ancient spirit. And it could go to England to Tennessee, like that. So it's probably in the Far East. And as they were saying, it's like a jinn. So it's probably like a jinn from Arabia. These things are a long, long time ago. They're ancient, ancient spirits from way before this planet was created. Eons, years old. And shout out to the Alien Squad, the Alien Gang up in here. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. This late night special. Our Friday and Thursday late night specials. Alright. Military officer John R. Bell joined Stephen Long expedition in 1820 to explore the central Great Plains. Due to the lack of provisions, Long and Bell led divided parties after they reached the Rocky Mountains and rejoined Fort Smith, Arkansas. Bell kept a detailed journal of his travel. His return trip on October 19, 1820, crossed the Red River at Port Royal, Tennessee. Synchronicity, because we were just at Port Royal in the pirate game. Later that day, Bell stopped at the Murphy residence in Robertson County to eat dinner. During this stay, Belle was told of a young woman accompanied by a voice. The voice wished for the woman to marry a local man, and thousands had traveled to hear it. The journals connected to Bell Witch legend was discussed by local historian David Burton during the television broadcast produced by Discovery Channel in 2020. Rather, a singular circumstance with the young girl resident but 3 miles from Murphy, a voice accompanying her which says should marry a man neighbor, which, that's too young, of course. Thousands of persons have visited her to hear the voice. In many instances, it will reply questions put to it. Visitors have left a little satisfied in their curiosity as before they heard it. Many are under impression that it is a ventriloquist imposed upon the hearers either by the girl or by her brother, which seems to generally and here accompany her family and is respectable. You're welcome, Amanda. I'm glad that you enjoy it. You're welcome. So, this was a different time period in the 1800s. The girl, they married a little bit. Looks like these people married some of them married kind of young back then. But, so that's still weird. I'm against that. But that's what and so they think that the spirit was either a ventriloquist or a real demonic spirit. So yeah, this instance of the spirit was talking, and all the people in the Great Plains were like, tons and tons of people were listening to the spirit. And SE and Rebel, this is a precursor to the Antichrist and the false prophet that are arising. They're going to arise at some point to trick the people, and they'll fool the elect. And I never knew this, so it looks like in America an Antichrist situation was practiced. A dry run was practiced here in America in the 1800s. Well, I'm sure a couple of times, obviously, but around this time period. But yeah, so you have some dry runs of what they're going to do in Israel. We got some more synchronicity. Lee Eric Schmidt's my last name, writes that the Enlightenment writers by the late 18th century utilized ventriloquist theory as a naturalistic explanation for religious expression for supernatural voices, such as those found in democratized Christianity and the Great Awakening, and shamanic practices. Now, I'm sure there are fakes in situations, but I think that these are like intellectuals and things that were like atheistic, and they're trying to figure out an explanation for these occurrences. Some things could have been fake, but some things I think were real. And it depends on the situation. Schmidt argues the secularization explained supernatural voices as a form of deception and illusion led by an adaptation of ventriloquism by stage magicians of the first decade in the 19th century. These early popular performances from predominantly white male stage magicians. Blame the white man, guys. Chat, we gotta blame the white man. Concurrently led to democratization of secular theory across the United States. The cultural change left religious interpretations such as voices, more marginalized groups, secular interpretations of those beliefs of rustic, and the spiritual movement in the mid-19th century. The publications in New England, Farmer of Boston and Green Mountain Freeman of Vermont, in January and February 1856 published an article regarding Bell Witch legend, and publications ascribed to the origin of the text Saturday Evening Post. The former was weekly agricultural journal. The Freeman was affiliated with the abolitionist Liberty Party. The undefined author describes apparition as Tennessee Ghost, the Bell Ghost, and stated that the event occurred 30 years or more from the time of the article was written. There are three human characters in the account: Mr. Bell, his daughter Betsy Bell, and Joshua Gardner. The author stated the voice which spoke freely about the house from all directions would not manifest itself until the lights were extinguished at night. The phenomenon attracted wide interest. The author claimed to have been well acquainted with Mr. Gardner. When the ghost was asked about how long it would remain, alright, anyway, until Joshua Gardner and Betsy Ross got married. That's what the author claimed, that had been well acquainted with Mr. Gardner. When the ghost was asked how long it would remain, it replied until Joshua and Gardner and Betsy got married. The author goes to state that Betsy Bell had fallen in love with Joshua Gardner and had discovered the skill of ventriloquism. The author states that Miss Bell then used her skill to attempt to convince Joshua Gardner to marry her. When they did not marry, the apparition disappeared. And that's an artist's depiction of Bell. Yeah, chat, that sounds like a good idea. I agree. So this was an article about the situation. Oh, I love drawing. And Amanda, I'll still show you some of my drawings. I'll still do that, Amanda, like I said I would. But yeah, I like drawing too. About 1849, the Saturday Evening Post published, either in Philadelphia or New York, printed a long sketch of the Bell Witch phenomenon, written by a reporter who made a strenuous effort to connect her with the authorship of demonstrations. Miss Powell also outright the publication that she engaged in lawyer institute suit for the libel. The matter, however, settled within litigation. The paper retracted charges explaining how this version of the story had gained credence and fact at the time demonstrates the commerce Betsy Bell had scarcely advanced the stage of childhood and was too young to have been capable of originating the practicing so great deception. The fact also that after this report had gained circulation, she had submitted to any and every test that the wits of the detectives could invent to prove the theory, and all the stragmans employed served and demonstrate her innocence and utter ignorance of the agency so-called witchery, and was herself the greatest sufferer of the affliction. And another thing is, I'm learning about a couple of months ago. I was talking to y'all and like Six and like Rebel and stuff about how I was learning about some art stuff. I was learning about painting those oil paintings and things like that. I was learning, and I know about is like painting stuff like Gustave Doré. I love how he drew things. And my friend, which is the grandson of the neighbor that moved away, and my friend, the grandson of the guy, he loved drawing. He was great at drawing. In September 1868, an article was published entitled Witchcraft and Murder, Hobgoblins and Old Grey Horses, the incitive to the crime. Tom Kennard and Dick Burgess were arrested for the murder of Miss Smith. The article reported that Smith claimed the powers of witchcraft while working near Adams Station, chopping wood on a farm with defendants. The article stated that Smith claimed to use occult powers as Clenard and Burgess leading conflict between them. The identity of the descendant was reportedly variously as James or Charles Smith. Jury State versus Clenard. Burgess returned not guilty verdict. April 24, 1880. An article. 1880 is when my German ancestor came here, around that time period from Germany in 1880s. An article is published regarding the haunted house in Springfield, Tennessee, where knocking underneath the floor was heard. The fourth night of knocking began at 10:30 p.m. in England at 4 a.m. It was the home to the surrounded by 10 to 12 persons working in an effort to discover the origin of the sound. And follow-up report from April 26, 1880, Ryder reported that several hundred people had visited the home attempting to witness the phenomenon, which many camped out overnight despite the homeowners asking them to leave. On Wednesday night, April 28, 1880, family were reported to having left home for the night, and a smaller group of investigators around the home heard knocking from 50 yards away. During the events, journalists took the opportunity to mention the Bell Witch legend. It is an actual fact that several hundred intelligent people of Springfield Vincently have been so excited over the noise as to go night after night listening to it. About years ago, Robertson County had a sensation similar to this known as the Bell Witch, and people came from all parts of the country, even as far as New York, to hear or to see here or to see her. Okay, so Amanda asks, Alien, what is your favorite spooky story? That's a good question. That's a very good question. So, my favorite spooky story I'll say like with things in New Orleans. I'm trying to think of it. I like the one of them is from New Orleans. I like one of them from New Orleans. It had to do with one of the ghost sightings. It was one of the hauntings. I can't really place the name of it exactly. But yeah, so anyway, I would say I like the stories with the most like you can clearly see that there's something that happened there. That happened there. So it would depend. I probably have a couple of different ones for different reasons. I do like the Headless Horseman because I think it's cool to depict that part of the country and the the, the scenery and stuff like that. I like the stories about the natives here. I like the stories of Davy Jones, the ghost ship on the seas, and I like the haunted. It's like a haunted mansion, not the haunted mansion movie, but a haunted mansion in New Orleans. They have a couple of those. Yeah, so as I said, there's millions and millions of scary stories. Let's see. I also like the ones with the catacombs, and there's some like people go down this well. I mean, they're going down the catacombs over and over again, and something was chasing them, but they don't know what it was exactly. And then the camera falls, and they're just like missing. Like, what did that? You like wonder what was going on with that. And I said my city. I think that it's interesting. The ones down here. I like the ones about the vampire in New Orleans where they had the women with their coffin bags from France. I like that and like the mystery if they were vampires or not. I like how they have said the different like the ghost stories they'll have about the different mansions and houses and things. That's interesting. I like this one we're reading right now because about the Bell Witch because it's talking about biblical stuff and like what I've been saying and the interdimensional beings and others have been saying and like mixing it together into one thing. So as I said, it just depends. SC says, I love the Headless Horseman too. I watched the cartoon, the real ones, all of them since he was a kid. And, no. Computer. We gotta be mature here. Stop acting like a child, mouse. See, okay, we're just gonna do it this way then. To pin the dude's comment, alright? Have it your way. This is my mouse. It's called a magic mouse. The vampire bag. Alright. So, I'll explain. And Google is the same age as me. I learned that yesterday. All right, so well, that's not. I meant like New Orleans. Oh, Al Capone. Um, why are you here, Pirates of the Caribbean? Get out of here. Okay. See, that's Dracula, and that's Al Capone. But anyway, I'll get to her question. I think there's a wax museum still somewhere. They put the thing somewhere else. Okay, there they are. But I'm gonna get a better picture of it. And all right, I'll show you all some different versions. All right, so this was New Orleans in the 1800s or so. Excuse you, sir. Okay, now going to this one. Okay, so here we go. So here we go. You see, this is what I was talking about. So basically, in this place in New Orleans back in the 1800s, they lacked women here for the men here when this was part of France, when this was New France. So the king decreed all these French women to come down to New Orleans for the men. And you see that bag she has? It looks like a coffin. So people thought that they were vampires. And they had vampires in there. So that's the vampire bag. Amanda, yes, I read scary stories as a kid. We had a lot of books and stuff, and my mom was into that, and I always read those stories, yes. I'm glad that I live here and not down the street where I'm able to see the moon and all in the backyard. I didn't have a backyard before, so it's good. Yeah, SC, I'll be looking out for that. I like your chill doing camping in the woods. It's pretty cool. So I just discussed about the Blair Witch, not the Blair Witch, the Bell Witch from Tennessee. I told you all about that and how it works. Yes, Amanda, it's the bag she's holding. It looks like a coffin, so they thought a vampire was in it, and that they were vampires, and also they thought that the vampires were in there, and that they're bringing vampires from France over here. The Casket Girls. They were called the Casket Girls. Yeah, SC, I understand. God willing, at the right time, you'll do it. And I'd like to see more of your survival, like, videos or you camping in the woods. I love those videos. Yeah, and also about survival stuff, I think, as I said, canned food is good. And I think that people could get more supplies and things. Like, I know about survival things from hurricanes, so get, like, lights and stuff, like flashlights. And the solar powered charger for a phone. And also have a map like what SE has and a compass and an escape route if needed. Oh yeah, Amanda, I know it makes you think that they had vampires brought here. Exactly. That's what they thought, and maybe I believe it probably happened, or they could have been the vampires themselves, because they're bringing the vampires from France. So it was the immigration. Right on, SE. Right on. That's a good idea. Thank you. I'll show the solar powered charger for a phone. You see, oh, so this person says their granny was a vampire smuggling casket girl. So basically, to elaborate more on the vampire casket girls, basically they were smuggling vampires into New Orleans with their caskets, with their bags. You see, like these things. That's another example of the charger. And another thing that I will do is I'm going to show canned food. Hello, Duff. Good to see you. And Amanda, I will answer your question in a moment. I'll get back to it. I remember learning this from a series on Discovery or something when I was a kid. So basically, canned tuna, salmon, chicken, or turkey, generally lasting at least 2 years in the pantry. Canned meats provided essential protein, vacuum packed pouches have a shorter shelf life but will last at least 6 months. And canned food, canned vegetables, canned beans and rice and things, that'll last you a very long time. So in a survival situation, or if you were to see an abandoned house that was opened up, canned food would be the best thing to eat. Nothing in the refrigerator, obviously. And I know this from Katrina and about surviving because of the hurricane crises we have about this. So canned food is the best thing to stock up on food-wise, in my opinion. All right, so I was talking about this solar dude right here. All right. So how it works is, yes, when you get it out the package, preferably put it in the sun for a little while and have it charge. And it has these things in the top part where you could plug two phones in. And you could leave your phone in the sun and charge it. Like, for instance, here is, for example, look at this. You have the sun beating down right there, and you could charge your phone while it sits in the sun. And on the back, it has a compass on it. So if you get lost, you have a compass built in. So this is another example of one of them. You never know, like, what could happen, and you could charge your stuff as well. I remember those old iPhones. They were pretty cool. Yeah, but that's what I would recommend for your phone and other things. You don't have to have an iPhone, of course. You could charge it with an Android. So, like, say, like this phone, like it's an Android phone. You could use it to charge your Android. Like, see, look, I have an Android tablet. I like Android and Apple. I like Apple and PC. I like both computers because I love computer stuff. Preferably, I like Apple products, but the Android stuff's pretty cool too. I have, as I said, I have an Android tablet. Works on Android. Oh, that's cool, SE. Thanks for sharing that with us. Do you know of a brand in particular that would be good for us to get? Now, the one I have is an Amazon Fire Android tablet. but I still have my original Android tablet. It's just been kind of sitting there like incognito. But I like the other Android without the Amazon part because it doesn't have all the ads. But yeah, I love the Android stuff. Right. Well, yeah, but I'm saying like this thing fits right in your pocket, right in your bag, and it's for charging a phone. And that you could just put it out in the sun and it charges your phone. It's not like a battery thing where you have to keep on charging it up, but that sounds pretty cool what SC's talking about. It's good to have that too. And they have bigger ones. They have bigger ones. Let's do this for example. Right on, SC. Right on. Let's see. Battery pack. And also, I think that a lot of people are not prepared. And if people are continue to not be prepared and they get, when they have a problem, that's not good. So that's why it's good we're bouncing off each other's ideas and things like that. I like spinach. I think it's pretty cool. All right. So, another thing good is to get a medical kit. There's something called a tourniquet, and I learned things about nursing stuff from YouTube because I thought it was good to learn about survival and like medical things. So like get one with a tourniquet because like a tourniquet is this thing that you could if something like your arm or your leg got cut in some area, it's good to put the tourniquet above an impact zone and you tighten it up and you restrict the blood flow. Yeah, I see the situation you're talking about. All right, understood. And also basically, all right. So I'll talk about the situation. Let's see. Let's see. Talk about the situation in a second. All right. So what happened was, I'm going to talk about what occurred. Wait, let's do this real quick. I don't have to do that right now. Oh, wait. Edit. Private. So basically, what happened was SE had a situation, something with the link. He felt he put in some personal information, and so he requests that the stream would be private. And also, so I understand SE, and also tomorrow I'm going to talk about the exact same topics anyway, along with the stuff I was going to talk about in general. It's okay, SE, we all make mistakes. And, moving on. Does chat understand? Let me know. Let's see what I did there. Yeah, I will edit it out. That's what I'll do. I'll cut it out. See about the. After I'm done with it, I'll edit it out. Okay. Time period we're in. Okay. Is chat here? I may have pressed something by mistake, but it's public now. right? But it's like if I need to take down my whole stream and people are going to be wondering why I did that, like it's a kind of a big deal. So I'm not saying anything like exclusive. It's just I had to, because if people see it later and they're like, why is it like that? Right. So I didn't say anything personal about you, Essie. Right. So anyway, moving on. So basically these are first aid kits. And also we have this. I think those are very good first aid kits for people to have. Right. Yeah, this one's for the Marine. That looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool. All right, so first aid kits, especially with a tourniquet, is good, and also it's good to have a map. All right, so this is a map. Well, specifically, the map of the country is good to have. See, map of country. So it's good in a survival situation to have a map of the country or your particular location. And also, it's good to have a map of the country in your particular region. Map of state. So it's good to have a map of your state and things like that. So you can know where to go if there's an outage or something. But I think with modern technology and stuff like that, it's good to have this type of stuff. On your different voyages and quests and things like that. It's a map of your state, your city, an escape plan if needed. So those are some things about the survival stuff that you would need. Alright, so we have Black Aggie is a folklore legend that describes a statue formerly placed on the grave of General Flex Agnus in Druid Ridge Cemetery in Pikesville, Maryland. Black Angel is a folklore legend that describes a statue in an Iowa city that is said to be cursed based on the death of Teresia Sledivert. That's interesting. I'll do something really quick, everybody. But yeah, so those are some cryptids and things that we were studying. And I think that's pretty cool. And I think the history about it is very captivating. And also, those are some of the survival tips and stuff. It's very important. And we'll talk about the same things tomorrow, also, as well. Alright, so I have to pop out chat because it wasn't giving me any updates. So first of all, everybody in chat, I didn't know y'all were saying anything because my chat was not updating. So that's why this occurred. Alright. Yes, so, okay, I'm going to say this in chat if there's a delay. Yeah, so the chat box was frozen. I didn't know y'all were there. It just was frozen. I was stuck at when I was like, is anyone here? Alright, so hello Sandra, good to see you. Yeah, Alien and Mary, yeah, Kitty and yeah, so Mary and Kitty had the same kind of photo. Yeah. Yeah, they're still here. Meow me, aliens, kitties last week. Okay, so we understand the maps are important to have. You know, maps are important to have. And as I said, I'll talk about these same things in more detail tomorrow. Alright. Alright, so you have the Black Angel is a folklore legend that is described as a statue of Iowa City that is said to be cursed based on the death of Teresa Feldevert. Black Anus. Black Anna is a folklore legend that described a blue-faced hag or witch with iron claws and taste of human flesh, especially children. Sounds like a Karen with blue hair. Well, thank you, SC. I'm glad that you said that. And also, SC, we could both agree that it's important for people to have a system where if they have a first aid kit, they could have a first aid kit that's like they have a tourniquet in it. I'll show what that is. Yeah, so you would apply it to a certain area where you would have an injury, and that's how you would stop the bleeding in a certain spot. Yeah, so a tourniquet, that's good to have in a survival situation. Canned food, a plan, maybe get away from the city and camp out somewhere. That's all good. And my friend from school that we talked about the alien stuff with, which is like the channel we have here, and he liked the channel and stuff. So basically, like talking about the aliens, we also talked about this. And it's very important to know different herbs. Like, say this. So, with survival herbs, if you're in the wilderness, if something kind of like tastes bitter or burns you or your skin, don't eat it. And there's different edibles and non edible things. That's another good thing to look into as well. Oh, okay. Amanda, good question. Good question. So, what you would have is. Well, I'm going to put the interior of a first aid kit just for reference. I like how they didn't even. They took me seriously. Okay, so I'm going to tell Amanda. Okay, so what you're going to need is this. You're going to need band-aids, bandages, neosporin. Also for herbs, and Amanda, this is something I think you could grow in your windowsill, is some aloe vera. You could put that on a wound and it'll help you. Get gloves. You get some snips, like some little cutting things. Get a tourniquet and, patches. So I think that's basically what you would need in bandages. Yeah. I guess a flare maybe. And you could just get a little bag and fix it together. And also, I don't know, mosquito spray if you have them around. Also, that's just like the inside of a first aid kit, so you can know what's in it. Now, aloe vera can help, you know, soothe the pain of something. It could help bumps and stuff go down. I could read more about aloe vera in a moment. Well, thank you, Duff. I don't think I really knew that. Yeah, snips. Yes, also a knife and a compass. That's true too. Because I was talking before about the solar powered charger, where you could, the solar power thing you put in your phone. And these things you could hook up to any kind of phone, and you can have. It has a compass on it, and also a compass is good. I have a compass. It's somewhere in there. I have a compass in a bag in there, in a little pouch. Yeah, so a compass is good, a knife is good, and Shaq can give suggestions. All right, SC. A Swiss Army knife, perhaps, also. Yeah, matches and a lighter. And also, I didn't mention that, but I was about to get to that. Also, get something that can spark a fire. That would be good too. That's good too. So, aloe vera plant is good for acne, lichen planus, very itchy rash, oral submucous fibrosis, burning mouth syndrome, burns, radiation, induced skin toxicity. So, Amanda, aloe vera can help you against radiation. You're asking me about radiation? That'll help you against radiation. Like with the, you're talking nuclear stuff? That's pretty cool. This thing. So, this thing is like these fire starters are good to have. And they could, get this key thing, and it starts a fire. And also, you could use a shirt as like a water filter. That's another thing you could do. And it's good for that to get water. And also, I was saying before about having lots of supplies of water. Also, Les Stroud was saying that you could put some water in the sun in a bottle, and the sun will kill off most of, if not all, the germs in it. I love jerky. Yes. Tyne Duff. That's very interesting. SC says, in the morning, if you have a sandwich bag, tie over the end of the tree branches with a zip tie or something thread. The morning dew will collect it if you have no water around. SC, I've heard of that before. I've heard of that before. Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think pine is edible. While most tree barks are safe to eat, two they're identified as pine and birch. The inner bark is birch and pine trees is nutritious and perfect emergency food. Another thing is emergency food is pine. Pine bark. Yes, Amanda, the bark. My old friend told me about it back in the day. Pine bark has been used as food stuff for thousands of years in human history. Yeah, my shout out to my buddy, the alien friend of mine from school. Yeah, he loved survival stuff and camping, and yeah, that's something he researched and told me. And he told me about when he tried pine bark. Yeah, so that was something he passed on to me. Yes, pine needles are good too. Good job, SC. Glad you pointed that out, buddy. No, Amanda, I have not tried it yet. No, but I do want to try it. I never did it for some reason. That's something I gotta try it. Yeah. Something that I have like. Yeah, there's all kinds of edible things, but there's also things that aren't edible, and something that is like a bitter tasting or something that hurts or burns your skin. Like if you test taste it, then that could be kind of poisonous. Some things need to be heated or cooked before you eat it, and things like that. Yeah, so those are some survival tips and stuff to do. A good question. Yes, elderberry needs to be cooked, and I'll be more specific about that. I've tried elderberry before, but you need to cook it first before you eat it. So, this is the thing about elderberry. I want to educate y'all about this. Tips for using elderberries in recipes and remedies. The toxic elements in the seeds become a problem when crushed. If you simmer the whole berries or infuse the whole raw berries in vinegar or alcohol and don't crush the seeds, the mixture is fine to use. Just be sure to strain out the seeds before consuming. And I remember one time, because I remember my friend telling me about elderberry, and it needed to be prepared a certain way, and it kind of like, I was kind of thought about it. I remember that, and I remember when I was eating it, I was kind of bitter. I'm like, wait a minute, I think this needs to be prepared a certain way first. Nothing happened to me. I drink plenty of water. Maybe I got a little sick, maybe, but basically, what to eat in elderberries, and they do taste good. but you gotta cook. You gotta prepare them correctly, of course. So if you simmer the whole berries or infuse them, the whole raw berries in vinegar or alcohol, and don't crush the seeds, the mixture is fine to use. And how do you make elderberries safe to eat? Some varieties of elderberries can be toxic when eaten raw. The best way to avoid this is to make sure you always cook the elderberries well first. As I said, I never had a problem, but yeah, you're supposed to prepare the elderberry correctly, and you're supposed to cook them or put them in alcohol and vinegar like they said. And I have an elderberry tree in my backyard. Oh yeah, Kitty, I agree. Yeah, and SC saying what I said for a couple of times during the stream is that if you taste it or if you rub it on your arm or your hand, and if there's a negative reaction to it, don't take it. Yeah, that's what I was saying before. Glad you pointed that out also. And SC says watch the animals too, but you have to be careful. Dandelions and cattail stalks taste like potatoes, kind of, and tops you can use for fire maker. Thanks for pointing that out, Essie. Another thing to do is if you want to mark an area, if there is a urinated area, the animals won't go by it. Like marking your territory. That's something else I learned about being in the woods. All right, Amanda. You're welcome. As I said, I've had elderberry before and it does taste good, but it was a little risky what I did, so it's best to cook them first. I have these in my yard. God has blessed me tremendously, especially with all of you. Alright, so that one, the red ones don't eat, but the purple ones you could eat, but best when cooked. Also, another thing is about wine making. Speaking of that, I'll talk about this also tomorrow too in other streams as well. So basically, with there's this dude that was from Portugal that came here that worked for my grandpa, and he told me about winemaking and stuff, and that's something else I'm interested in besides the what's it called, the spices and stuff, the gardening. Also, I learned about the winemaking. I think that's pretty cool. And like basically, it's a complex thing to create wine. It's complex. It's not just like putting grapes in a jar. Yeah, so basically, I would think that it's best to, when you're in the woodlands, when you're in these places, it's good to have shelter. There's all kinds of different tents you could make, and you could get a bunch of leaves if it's winter, in a wintry place, and you could hide inside a pile of leaves and it'll keep you warm. Yes, yes. The grapes, they have to be fermented. That's true. Yeah, that's white wine out of like yellow grapes. That's funny, Amanda. That's absolutely funny. Exactly, Sandra. Exactly. Let's get close. I'm thinking out loud now. Oh yeah, tequila. I remember, one time when these elephant ears were fermented. I had some elephant ear plants and they're fermented, and it smelled kind of like tequila. Yeah, so basically, we'll go. Yeah, this is the plant that it's tequila is made out of. agave plant. Blue agave plant. It looks kind of like pineapples. I remember this now. This is what tequila is made out of. That's good, kitty nerd, that you do that. That's good. This plant's really cool. I like it. As I said, it looks like giant pineapples. I have grown tobacco before, but the thing with tobacco, you gotta be careful because you get tobacco poisoning if you touch it. So like, my tobacco plant died because I was in Kentucky, but I touched tobacco plant down up there, and my uncle was like, "Dude, like you might poison yourself." I'm like, "Okay." So if you're dealing with a tobacco plant, which I don't recommend smoking, you have to touch it with your hands. But I know how to grow tobacco. I know how to grow it. Let's see. I'll see what you could use it for. That's a good question. Uh, in Jalisco. One of my buddies, my friend Nash, is originated from Jalisco. Shout out to him. The juice and sap from agave is plant can be used to treat intestinal gas, constipation, upset stomach, weak digestion, malicious gut bacteria, stomach inflammation, and ulcer. It's a gut health powerhouse and is excellent nutrient for supplement for any diet. It's a type of succulent, commonly confused with cactus. Remember the rule that a cacti are succulents, but not succulents are cacti. The main difference between the agaves and the cacti is the presence of leaves. Cacti have them, while agaves do not. Okay, cacti have no leaves, while agaves have leaves. You can see it looks like a pineapple. SpongeBob's house right here. Yeah, SpongeBob doesn't live in a pineapple, he lives in an agave. Right on, SE. Right on. Yeah, newspapers are great, Duff. Exactly. Oh yeah, the leaves are very sharp. Yeah, and spiky. Like I have a pineapple plant. I have two in my yard, and they're very spiky and thorny, like in the tip, and it could kind of hurt you a little bit. And that thing is like a monster. That thing's like a giant spikes. It's like a porcupine. Good grief. Yes. And thank you, chat, for giving each other advice and bouncing off ideas to each other. We're all learning here. I'm learning from y'all. Y'all learn from me. I really enjoy this conversation. Also, tomorrow as well, we'll go live and talk about the same stuff with a little bit different, little bit different. All right. But of course, it's best to not over drink or smoke anything. I love mossy oaks. Glad to see this. Top 7 edible wild plants. Identifying plants with any certainty can be challenging. When in doubt, there are some simple characteristics that can indicate whether a plant is poisonous, including milky white sap, thorns, spines, or fine hairs in the leaves or stems, pods with bulbs, beans, or seeds, stems, trunks that have almond scent, three-leaved foliage growth, pink, purple, or black spurs or grain head, foliage reminiscent or dill, parsley, or carrot fronds, intensely bitter or soapy flavor. Essie says, but if you put them in a bucket or something, old newspaper magazines rip them into strips, then make them big bricks out of them. That's pretty cool. Thank you, Essie. Thank you. The dandelion, known as a ubiquitous weed, ubiquitous weed worldwide, dandelion has been a staple part of many food cultures for millennia, as all parts of the plant at every stage of its cycle are edible. Dandelion is rich in vitamins A, B, and C and contains high levels of magnesium and iron, part of the sunflower family. I didn't know that. Dandelion can be identified by smooth and hairless leaves with toothed edges. The stems are hollow and lead directly to an expensive rot stock. Pick the leaves in early spring when they are most tender and nutritious, and harvest the bright yellow buds just before they flower, and they quickly go to seed. Amanda, that sounds pretty cool. That you found that. Spring and fall are typically the best times to grow. This is about asparagus. To grow foraging for food. The spring and fall are typically the best times to go foraging for food. And one of the plants you are likely to come across is asparagus. Wild asparagus grows abundantly in spring along a sunny roadside, in irrigation in ditches and loose sandy soil. It is no, perennial plant that continues to produce new growth each year. So if you locate the asparagus crop, remember to revisit your route the following spring. Oh, shout out to her. You can identify wild asparagus patches in the fall by their bright yellow-orange stems and a scattering of berries underneath the bushy growth. Mark the spot and return in the spring to harvest the tender green stems. Look for the stems with white base and tightly formed crown with a slight purple color. Nettle. One of the most nutritionally valuable wild plants around, stinging nettle, has a rich mineral flavor that makes it delicious substitute for spinach or kale. Needle plants grow to approximately 3 feet tall and have dark green, opposite growing toothed leaves. Small hairs grow on the underside of needle leaves and can deliver a sharp sting to unwary foragers wearing gloves. You can find growing rampantly along the riverbeds and partially shaded areas. Sandra, I thought it also looked like mint leaves also. I also thought that as well. Acorns to make flour and go soak them and over the day, but it makes flour made bread out of some last year. You can eat the needle leaves fresh in salads if you pick them young, as they will not have the same stinging ability as mature plants. Otherwise, you can neutralize the stinging sensation and mildly bitter flavor by stemming, satining, or boiling the leaves to use in pies, casseroles, stir fries, and pasta. You can also dry the leaves and store them for winter medical use as a tea. I did not know that. That's really cool. Garlic mustard. Garlic mustard is an invasive weed that infiltrated almost all areas of Europe and North America, and it's revealed by gardeners and forest rangers for devastating botanical biodiversity of many areas. Seeds won't sprout when planted where it grows. Fortunately for opportunistic foragers, it is a tasty as it is destructive. Yes, Sandra, it's used in pies. Amanda, I did call into the show last time, yes. Elderberries have been used for centuries, brewing, winemaking, due to their musky aroma. They also have powerful medical properties as they are high in vitamin C, antioxidants, and flavonols. Yeah, dandelion tea, yes. However, it is important to identify the plant correctly as they have a similar appearance to deadly water hemlock. Only the flowers and berries of the elderberry plant can be eaten. The rest of the plant is toxic. Okay, Amanda. Thank you. And we'll be wrapping it up soon. Okay. You can disguise flowering elderberry plants by the clusters of five petal white flowers that grow from green stems in the summer, the dark purple berries from umbrella shaped cluster of 10 to 20 fruits, with each berry about 1/4 in diameter. Use the berries and flowers to make cordial infusions or tea, or bake them into cookies, cakes, or pies. Sandra, you can make more pie. You can make pies out of elderberry too. Wild raspberry. One of the most delicious wild plants you can find is a raspberry, available in a wider variety of colors than their domestic cousins. Wild raspberries grow abundantly in woodland areas, and the edible fruits emerge during the late summer months. Raspberries are differentiated from blackberries, also edible, by their hollow core fruit and strong vertical canes have small to medium densely clustered thorns. Look for light green spade-shaped leaves that are serrated and more slender than those of the blackberry bush. Wash the berries and enjoy them raw to get the most nutrition from the plant, or incorporate them into favorite baking recipes for added tartiness. Curled dock. Found throughout Australia, Europe, and North and South America, young curled dock is characterized by its wavy, elongated, bright green leaves, which have slightly sour taste when raw. The mature plant displays tightly clustered flower heads, change from green reddish brown throughout the pollination season, and long reddish stalks that also edible. Be sure to remove the tough outer layer of the stalk and boil 2-3 times, changing the water between boils to eliminate the bitter taste. Foraging is a wonderful way to explore nature, conserve ecosystems, enrich your diet, but it's vital to know which plants are edible, which plants will send you to the emergency room. If you are a beginner, it's best to start foraging under guidance for an experienced outdoorsman with extensive knowledge of local plant life. In doubt, plant, bee, and raid your garden instead. I love mossy oak skier. Oh yeah, raspberries do have hair. They do. When I was in Mississippi during Hurricane Katrina, I the WalMarts had tons of mossy oak gear everywhere, and I got always got like the hunting shirts and jackets. I got all the gear from them. I loved it because it's like you could be camouflaged in the woods. I liked it a lot. One time, my grandparents, when they went to the place in Mississippi, it's like they came back and I wanted some camouflage, and they bought me some military camouflage, and I was like devastated. It wasn't that. It wasn't the mossy oak stuff I usually got. That was funny. So I think it's good to have like the camouflage stuff, and I thought it was cool how like the civilians had the camouflage. I mean, we didn't do hunting or anything, but we did other stuff like just like I walk in the woods or something. All right. This is the red one. Sweet wine. That's pretty cool. Yes, it is, Zessie. Yes, it is. All right. So, yeah, the different wines and stuff, it's pretty cool. Yeah. Let's look up the turnips. I like growing turnips. They're very good. All right, that sounds pretty cool. I like it too. That looks good. Nice. Turnips, you could eat turnips raw, Amanda. You can cook them or eat them raw because I would take them out of my field and I would just wash it and then I would cut it up and just eat it with some salad dressing. And I would take my spinach and I would also with my lettuce. Lettuce is the lettuce I was growing. It's best to eat it with a sandwich, not by itself, but they all tasted good. Yeah, I like the bottle. Right. And also broccoli, homemade broccoli. I mean, homegrown broccoli is just out of this world. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And also the leaves are edible too on the turnip, but it's preferably to eat them when they're like young. Exactly, Amanda. It has no flavor. Exactly. Like remember the broccoli I grew was green. It was like bright green, and like the broccoli from the grocery store is like cringe. So maybe people that don't like broccoli, they would like broccoli from their garden. And I'll show y'all the tobacco plant. This is not edible. This is people like smoke stuff with. I like broccoli, but it tastes best in the garden. Yes, Amanda. That's a tobacco plant. I remember in Kentucky, I would see fields of that. Turnip leaves can be eaten raw and added to salads and other things. However, they are also commonly cooked, with the leaves often separated from the stalks due to different cooking times. You know, in the freezer, I still have some turnips. I think I have one or two turnips, but I ate a lot. I ate all of them pretty much. But I also have like a lot of corn in there. Yeah, the tobacco plants are very pretty. I like them. They're nice. But as I said, tobacco plants can be kind of poisonous to touch it. I touched a tobacco plant and it didn't do anything to me, but there's a tobacco poisoning you could get, so it's best to wear gloves and stuff if you're going to touch it. It's also used in a pesticide. Oh yeah, corn. And as I said, I've grown the tobacco plant. I know how to grow it. It's a little bit different than growing other things. I do need a deep freezer for all my veggies. I remember when my friends went out and they went fishing and caught the blue crabs, and they have a big deep freezer, and before the crab was put in the deep freezer, he was running around the back porch. I remember that. Yeah, I do need a deep freezer for myself. Exactly. Exactly. Right. That's when they're dried. And the natives, they would smoke tobacco for like ritualistic things and spiritual stuff. and they make peace. They didn't like smoke it like 50 packs a day, and they smoked it right from the plant. Like they made it now into like an addictive substance with all kinds of chemicals in it. Let's go grilled corn. Chat, I'm going to be right back. I'll right back, chat. All right, I'm back. Not too sure what street corn is. Yeah, that's some good looking corn. Yeah, you're right. You're right, and I do got all the corn. It would be nice if we weren't under a no burn ban, and I could go grill some. I'm going to see about the turnip for BRB. I mean, I'm going to be right over here. I'm going to look at their freezer for a second. Duff, thank you for coming for this special late night event. Have a blessed night and have a great day. See you later today. It's nice of all of you to come to these really crazy hour streams. Alright, so let's see. Yeah, so that's I have 2 turnips left. I have to look at them during the day. They're frozen, and I have a bunch of corn. Oh yeah, I mean the stream's gonna end soon. Anyway, I mean I was gonna end it pretty much. But as I said, tomorrow we're gonna talk about the Headless Horseman and about more of the legends and more survival stuff. Like we're gonna go over it again. I'm gonna do something with the stream before I publish it. I have to look that one up, Sandra. Corn husks are most commonly used to encase foods to be steamed or baked, imparting a very light corn flavor. Corn husks can be used in the presentation of a dish but are not edible and should be discarded after use. Corn husks, especially popular ingredient in making of tamales. I'm not SC. I have it in my mind right now. I'm gonna fix it. See, corn stem edible. When kids visit the farm, we give them corn stalks to chew. She said, like sugarcane, the stalks contain sweet juice. I always thought they looked like sugarcane. So yes, the stalks are sweet and juicy. Now with sugarcane, you need like cuttings, which I haven't gotten yet. And like you use the cuttings, and then that's how like sugarcane is grown. Yeah, good night, SC. God bless. Thank you for coming. And I don't forget. I won't forget to do that thing. Look at the pumpkin patch. I love pumpkins. Oh yeah, pumpkin patches are fun. I like Halloween and stuff. Pumpkins are cool. I've grown pumpkins. Yeah, hay rides. Yeah, that sounds fun also. Yeah, that looks fun. Sandra, I told you because it has to do with Halloween, and it's like I like it. It's like Halloween, the pumpkins, the different things like that. That's why. And also, I like gardening and plants and stuff. It's just something that I like. Yeah, and they also grow so big. When I was a kid, I went to the pumpkin patch. That's what I remember specifically. Yeah, it's a nice Sandra. I like farm life. I like planting and growing stuff. It's not just pumpkins. It's like anything. I just, as you know from my channel and stuff, I like being in nature and things like that. I just think it's interesting. Right on, Amanda. Exactly. Oh, we got a visitor. Come on, puppies. Come on, Bubby. Bubbles. And also this is little Bubbles. He's over here, and he's doing his thing. And he's a happy cat, and he's glad to visit Nerd. Tell everybody hello. That's alright, Sandra. You don't have to like it. Like, squash is another thing I like. Yeah, see, pumpkin's like a squash. And in general, I like nature. I think nature's pretty cool. I like the country. It's always good to have plants in pots and bring them in winter. Those are squashes. Very similar. All right. Oh yeah, I mean that would be cool. Yes, that would be nice for Ava. Right. Okay. She doesn't like squash. I remember I've grown yellow squash before. All right, Sandra, I understand. Yeah, but I just like fall in nature and different things like that. But I understand what you mean. Yeah, it is good for you. Exactly. Also, mint tea is good too. My friend Nash loves mint tea. Yeah, that's when the pumpkin is. Yeah. make nice pies and different things like that. Like let's see what the pilgrims do with pumpkins. The most common use of pumpkins in the early pilgrim days was ground meal or flour. The flesh of the pumpkin was left to dry in the sun and then pounded into flour. It was used for both human and animal consumption. All right, Sandra, and yeah, it does have a unique taste to it, but I still like it, and it's good for you. Yes, Amanda, it does. The Pilgrims learned about the pumpkin from Native Americans, and the fruit became an important food for the settlers, who are credited with turning the word pumpion into pumpkin. American early colonists cut the tops of the pumpkin, removed the seeds, and filled the inside with milk, spices, honey, and roasted them. Wow. See, another thing I like about pumpkins, it's like an American thing that we have, and it's deep in our traditions. All right. Oh yeah. Yeah, Sandra. Yep. You got that. Yeah, so that's mint tea with some lemon. Lemons are good too to have. Like the pirates used to drink rum with lime to help them prevent scurvy. All right, buddy. Kat, you're enjoying the live chat. You love everybody there. You tell everybody hello. That's what you've been doing. Yeah, cause I started drinking tea as a kid. I like that. And Sandra, we're talking about the Bell Witch earlier, and it's like goes like a demon creature, and it correlates with what like the Bible was saying about them. It was very interesting. Oh yeah. Yeah, I love lemons. You know me. I'm a I'm a character. This is lime. I love lime. Yeah, lemon is amazing. And lime. You had the limeys. They call the British because of the lime in the rum. Because people can put lime in rum and they drink it. Yeah, so rum and lime were put together and that's what the British Navy had for their people. And that does sound good. That does sound good, chat. That does sound good what she's saying. Key lime pie. That looks great. That looks really good. Bubbles bit me. He's trying to eat me again. No. No. Bubbles was getting a little excited. He does not like to be corrected. Yeah, so and that's basically the different stuff. And I do like what we talked about tonight in the stream, and it was very cool. I enjoyed it, and all the guests we had here to hang out with us. And also on the stream tonight, Friday, or tomorrow, let's just say tomorrow, I'm going to talk about more things and the things we talked about tonight. And we went down an interesting rabbit hole tonight of different things with the what's it called? The witches and the different scary things. It was very cool, very interesting. And I learned a lot from y'all, and I like talking about the survival stuff. And I want to do something with the stream before I, publish it again. I'll be very quick. And also, yeah, and also I'll be ending it soon. I'm gonna be ending. We're gonna be wrapping it up. And thanks, Kitty. I'm glad you liked it too. We have some nice mint. Well, one thing I like is mint chip ice cream. I love mint and chip ice cream. When I was a kid, I used to eat it because Chowder liked it. Like, I could put this up like Chowder. See, like, that's Chowder. He was this little purple dude. This cat thing. And Chowder, like, he used to eat his mint and chip. It tastes really good, Sandra. It tastes really good. I used to eat it at my grandma's house after I'd, eat dinner or something or lunch, and I would play like a video game or something. All right. Right on, Sandra. And thank you, Sandra, for coming over. I'm glad that you came. It was nice having you here. Me and my exotic foods I like. Some of my neighbors, Sandra, moved to Texas next door to me that fix gumbo and stuff, the exotic food. Because of various reasons. Well, that's interesting, Amanda. That's interesting. And I like that we talked about the wine and different things. That was nice. And I'll talk more about these things throughout the different streams. Tomorrow's the Headless Horseman and stuff like that. I'll talk about more survival stuff, nuclear things too. All right. All right, chat. I am going to end it. Here we go. All right, peace, everybody. Wait. Peace.